I forgot to press power. I forgot to press the power button on my mic. Hello. I've just been talking away. I've just been babbling my head off. Just... Welcome. I've been talking up a storm. How are you? Am I here now? Alright, I'm here. Oh, God. That's stupid. That's dumb. I'm stupid. Well, good morning. Good morning. Rise and shine. Huh. Do I want a broken down castle? I could put the broken down castle right there. And they had to move their castle. Or, this is a broken down castle. And we put it... If we put it over here, then we could say that these two places, you know, were once were once two different countries, right? And now, because they're, you know, because they're separate, there was a war or something. Now let's get some more trees. Yeah, there we go. Now that that's there, you'll have to, if you stop right here, then you'll be able to go in, you know? Nah. Nah. Let's put some... just a couple of little things of icy things, you know? Purdy. Whoop! Alright, looks like I have to do that anyway. Alright, just a little, just a smattering. Just a spattering of little chunky ice bits. You know how it is. No. I want there to be at least a little bit of thing right there. So you can go this way, you know? Yeah. All right. Hold on. Oh, you can't go that way. Can't go around that way. If you decided you wanted to walk, that is, you wouldn't have been able to get. Yeah, now you can. Save it! I don't want to be losing any progress, you know. Alright, we got this one done. Yeah. Yeah. Here I am. Again. Tonight. Okay, what else could I put here? At the moment, I wouldn't be able to walk that, but if I get rid of it... No, I didn't want to get rid of all that. Just wanted to get rid of that. Boom, now you can walk right up in there. Whoops. Wait, what are the... Am I using any of those? I'm not using any of those. Let's use some of those. Oops. No. Just change the... What kind of trees are these? I don't know what kind of trees these are supposed to be. Let's make it a little darker. No. Yeah. We'll put that there, right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we need more variety in the trees that I use, because I'm always using these, you know? I'm always using the big old poofy trees. So let's darken it up. Darken it. I guess that could technically actually just be a standalone little mine, couldn't it? Looks like it would need to be attached to a mountain or something. Hold on, let's look at these. Alright, we're gonna... It's not very... That's just not very... Hello, Brock. Gorp. That's not very appealing, is it? Ugh. I guess it works with this, though, a little bit. I'm doing just fine. I've been looking forward to this day all week. Not just 'cause it's Friday. wondering here. Wow, really? Look at that. Look at how well that matches right there. That's... Holy crap. That looks terrible. Oh, why do I keep putting it back in the same place? I mean, why not? We don't have one of these. However, we also don't have a spooky, misty, ghosty castle. All life has been drained from the area. Hmm. What about a little witch's hut? A witch's tent right there. I like that. Right there. I'm gonna open it up. I'm just gonna put it. Boop. Yeah. All right. So we haven't done much yet. I've done a little bit to catch you up, Brewhard. Done a little. I did a little bit the next day on Saturday. So I've got this nice little desert beach island right now, and I've got this little walled off. It's terribly walled off. I'll probably have to do something about this and make it look a little better. But it's walled off, and there's a pyramid in there. And then we got this. We got all that. Right, one right there. Lonely little lighthouse. I put a little thing here with a sign. I don't remember what I said that it was gonna say, but I got it. Just kind of trying to split up the giant land masses with a little bit of water. This is all pretty much stays the same, but this I changed to snow because it's kind of closer to the north. And I did a really stupid thing, which was I replaced it almost exactly how it looked before, just with this version of things. And I did it in such a way that it was very meticulous and time-consuming. And this stuff is all still the same over here, because I liked this stuff. And then I got this little tiny island with a mine on it. And there's a dude who's like, why would I let you go into my mine? This is my mine. And there's a rundown village over here. And then a regular village over here, which isn't technically a village. So I could probably make it just one square instead of multiple. But it's basically just the ferry to this guy's, like, personal island. And and he, like, keeps a monopoly over the mines. And we got this place. Which I put a little bit of acid chunk around because it's a little colder over here than it is over on the other one. Now I'm down here. I'm right here. I'm on this little ghost mouth. Do you see it? Do you see it? It was an accident, but I see it. And I think it's cute. It's trying to eat this island right here with the ghost castle on it. Anyone decision on what's going to be on his mind? Probably unobtainium. I'm just kidding. No, I have no ideas yet. No concrete decisions. I've been playing with the usual fantasy names and such, like, you know, adamantite, orichalcum, however you want to say it. Mithril, you know, all that stuff. I'm gonna give him a little bush tail. No. Give the ghosty a little bush tail. Wait, should I use these again? Just to get a little bit more variety on the trees. They got a little bush tail. I got some more music, by the way. Copyright-free music. We're gonna... Whoa! That's not what I wanted. I'm gonna put that little village right there. Most of the stuff on this map right here is, what you call it? It's forests, you know? A couple of castles, but mostly forests and towns. Let's see here. What do you think that's supposed to be? Just a pile of dirt? It just goes to nowhere. How are you supposed to make that look good, you know? What's on this one? Amusement park! Can always do something fun with an amusement park. Huh. High-tech city? Ugh. Or I should say modern city. I am thinking about it. Alright, I want this. Right there. That's where I want that. Right, yeah. I'm gonna go with these ones. I just like these more, you know? Alright, we are not gonna put that there. Gonna put that there and there. No, 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 no. Hmm. Hmm. I have a moon. It goes around. Expand that a little bit. And this will be the biggest city in the game. And they got that way because they're technologically advanced. There's no ancient civilization that's technologically advanced because there's a current civilization that's technologically advanced. Oh, my eyes glaze over whenever I'm looking at these tiny things. Alright, I have placed the thingy. Still wouldn't mind knowing what that could go to. So they have all the pollution, though, you know. And we'll put a little bit of this right now. Yeah. We'll have a apartment complex, yeah. Over there will be the fuel. Me. Looking at these tiny things is actually messing with my eyes a little bit. I wish that there was a good... Well, I guess it would be too small. I was gonna say a good manhole cover. Let's put a little playground. Yeah. Right there. And then we'll do that. Oh, sorry. And then we'll do that. A little playground with some trees, you know? Like it's meant to be that way. It's meant to be that way. We'll go up here and we'll give our ghosty a nice little head of hair. Got a little bit of a receding hairline, but that's fine. Look at him go. Our little ghostie's looking a little better now. Nah, yeah. Huh. I wish that there was a way to make this not beachy, you know? Like make there like in the mouth is a little like a cave or a cliff face, and in the mouth is like a hidden cave. I wish I could do that. There's no way. There's no way. I mean, I could try to do like something like this. There's really no way that I can think of that makes it look that way, you know? I could do this. But then people aren't going to want to try to go into it anyway. Could always do that, but no. What if I just did? It's a little too on the nose, in my opinion. Maybe I could just make it like a secret thing. You know? Like, if you walk into this specific spot, you'll be on the beach with a cliffside, and then you can go into the ghost's mouth. You know? Like, it would be a hidden thing, though. Instead of, you know, being able to show that there's, like, a cliff there. We got the amusement park over here. I don't know what I'll do with that. Maybe I'll make it to where you could go on dates with your spirits. Not necessarily dates, but, like, you know, hangouts. I kind of don't want to put anything more on this island, though. You know? Because I want it to still look like a ghosty. And ghosties are kind of... Like, I want it to be a little more bare for some reason. It does look a little... Since everything else is so congested, and... I don't know, maybe deliberate? Maybe having a bare island is like, why is this so bare? And it'll also make it look like, what is this going on over here? Why? What is over this? What's over here? It's got hair. It's got poof in its tail. It's fine. I like how I'm convincing myself. Alright, I will put... one more village on the nose. Just all the way over here. That way I can put my favorite thing, the lighthouse. And a dock. Alright, what should we do now? Because if that's all I do for that, other than the middle thing, which I don't have anything specific that I like for the middle thing, it all looks bad to me. So I'm gonna just kind of leave that as a placeholder until I get something special for that, you know? But as things stand... this map is done. This world map is done. We could try to do this one. I guess I don't really need this either, do I? You know? Because if I have that thing that allows you to just go, just teleport to a specific area, you know? It would just, it's always in the middle map, and then you could go to the area where you go into the hole, and if you're in the hole, if you're in the lower world, you could just be like, whoa, and go right back up. With that option. Get rid of that. We could also do Jobber Island. Jobber Island. No, you know what? I'm gonna do this one. No. We're gonna put a little bit of magma. Couple of magma. Boo. Magma. Gotta get the red nose. Red alcoholic nose. You got eyes and smile. We've got the lava field. We'll have that one. There's not really any good towns for this area, is there? We'll just go for this one. We'll put that right in front of this one. And we'll maybe have to set off that volcano. And you know what? We can put a couple of dead trees in this area. Crumbly trees. I don't know. You can't actually see that very well, can you? Get rid of them. Maybe if I had some like white ashy trees or something, then that would work, but hold on a second. Anybody that ever wants to get into making things with RPG Maker, MV, and I don't know about MZ, but I know specifically MV. Remember, all of your tiles, show that grid, snap the grid, image, configure grid, all of your map tiles are 48 by 48. In case you ever need to know that. We're gonna make some ashy trees. Let's go for 69 just because meme. That's going to be hard to see. Should probably brighten them up even more. Or what if we were to change also what if we were to change up the color of the magma? It's the underworld, right? You know? Let's have fun with it, you know? Underworld magma. Soul magma. That's a very pretty color. Mmm. Slightly darker. You know what? I'm gonna keep that. And you know, we can have some like tree-y areas and stuff in here. Hold on. Not saturation. Hue and saturation. Alright, we're gonna change this color. Kind of reddish? No, maybe. I like that. I like it also with a little less saturation. You know, it's like, it's easier on the eye. You know what? I'm gonna put it right there. Yeah, yeah. And then we're gonna come over here to my favorite world map, trees. And we're gonna make them a nice, vibrant, nice, vibrant red. I mean, it's a little more purpley. It's a little more maroony, you know? Just a tad maroony. I don't want them going too far into orangey yellow territory, you know? Just boost that. You know what? I'm not gonna mess with the lightness. Okay. I guess I should also do this one. That way I can have a little bit more of a color variation. Slight. Yeah, there we go. Just straight purple. Right there. And then I got this light purple. This nice, very nice color right here. And then whenever I'm coloring onto it, it'll be this. I'll be able to darken it. You know, just like the basic grass and then the darker grass, which you can't put trees on for some reason. But that's okay. That's okay. And this doesn't even have to be lava now that I'm thinking about it. This could be some kind of crystal substance that's embedded into the rock. kind of ruins my idea of this being like a subterranean lizard species that likes to bathe in lava, and so that's why you had to get the one right here to erupt so that they could have the lava baths. That would have been fun. Alright, what? Alright, then we will export as World A2-2. Ra da 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 da. Ra da 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 da. You want to know something cool? Also about RPG Maker. Overworld, Underworld. Watch this. It automatically does it for you. Whenever you change map tile sets. I need to get rid of that. And then I could go boop, woo, 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 woo. Look at that. Alright, let me check out these trees, these dead trees now. That actually looks not too bad now. All I had to do was lighten them, and now they're ashy trees. I'll have to go into this and make this lava blue too. But now I can see these trees better. Oops. And then I can get that feeling just from the color change of that kind of mystical kind of Tim Burton-esque underworld that I was talking about. Even though Tim Burton doesn't usually use like as colorful stuff, you can still get the feeling from purples and contrasting reds. Here. I have no bowl. I have no bowl with me. I already washed it. Because I'm a good boy. That just doesn't look very good, so I'm alright. Bones of the earth, reach out. Find your victim tonight. Now look though, we're making a world that looks like Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun. a very specific thing that I want to put here. Nice little graveyard. This, I can pretty much just fill that one, you know? Not everywhere needs to be a place. Man, all you really need is a color change, and you just get a completely different vibe, though, right? Oops. Always forgetting about that. Yeah, that's why, I'm gonna switch back to the bright map. That's why usually, for most things, I'll just come in and darken everything a little bit. Just to make it less harsh on the eyes. There's not much you could do with the white. I guess you could make it like creamy colored, but then it wouldn't really look like snow anymore. But that's what I did with Happily Ever After's tile sets, is I just slightly darkened everything. And so like all my wood buildings look like so much warmer and just cozier because of that. I might have flunked out of art school, but there was one thing that I was good at in that school. It was color theory. But it gives it a... It doesn't even have to necessarily be more villagey, you know? If you just kind of darken the wood, it just automatically feels warmer and slightly more rustic. And I wanted the buildings to feel cozy, you know? Like, oh, this is a quaint little village. Little Red Riding Hood lives here. And later on, whenever I really start getting into that game and make some good progress, boy, is everything gonna go crazy whenever it comes to color. I don't remember what it was. I know that there's a... I know it was turned into a movie, but it might have started off as a book. And it's a book about this person who is... trapped in a yellow room. And everything is yellow. And it's kind of like a psychological torture. And I think there are other people in other colored rooms as well. And they're being monitored to see how the colors like affect their brains, but they might also be prisoners. It's been a long time since I've seen that. So I don't remember it much. I've become a what's it called? A speed painter. Look, it's a guy. He's falling over. He's like, whoa! Also, a little fun thing. I went from not being able to think of anything to do for this map to being able to basically do it the exact same way as I was doing this map. Just by getting this color change here. Which is always fun. We need water down here, don't we? I shouldn't have closed this. I should have kept World A1. Let's get that thing open. Oh, I already had it open. Boop. Alright, we're in the underworld. Yeah? We're in the underworld. We should have a very specific color for our water. I don't think that it should be necessarily have to change color either. So first of all, once again, you show grid, snap to grid, configure grid, and go 48 by 48. That's the size of the map tiles in RPG Maker MV. If I want it to match this color, that's what it would turn into. You know what? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna try it out. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna try that out. And that's kind of all I needed to do with this one. For now, maybe I'll do something else in a minute, but for now, we'll put this one in here, and I will That's what I'm looking for. Boop. Oh, man, that's... Even though I went darker on the orange... I mean, it kind of... It looks lava-y. You know? Underworldy. Without being too bright that it would blind you, because... Let's switch this one real quick. That is bright. It's probably more lava-y colored, but the darker color matches the mood and the atmosphere while not searing your eyes out of your skull. And it's water, so it doesn't quite match up with the shore. Doesn't quite match up with the blue around the grass, but thoughts? I don't know. I also thought about trying to make the water green. Opinion. I think the green would also work well with the purple and the red. Purple, red, and green go really well. With some brownish spots mixed in, think Wind Waker lava. Could be real good. I've never played Wind Waker. Brownish spots. I guess I could just like put spots randomly in here. Hold on. What if I was to go green? If I was to go this green. Maybe a tad darker. Tad darker green. Huh. I could also just totally recolor the lava. You know what? I like that one. And then I'm gonna recolor the lava. I'm gonna make it a little darker and just leave the lava. Basic color editing is basically all I've got in my repertoire. Here, you know? Green. Green, not so much, right? That lava's still pretty bright. Ooh. Na 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 na. Look at this. Hold on. Look at that. You can two-tone the water. Yeah, I was trying something. I'm not too sure about this green here. Oh, yeah, right. I didn't even think about that part. That is an easy way to do that. Actually, what if I just... do that. Back to orange. And then... brown? Darker brown? That seems kind of molten-y, right? Like a burnt-ish brown. Let's try that one out. All right, and then if I was to do this, it is still easier on the eyes, which is a definite plus for me. Maybe we should see how this looks in motion. Alright, first, get rid of that, you know? I haven't done any of the database stuff, so bear with me. Also, I need to turn all of this down. One of the things that I like to do, one of the things that I've noticed about a lot of RPG Maker creators is that they always leave... Their music is always way too loud. So one of the things that I like to do, if I can remember to do it, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of instances in music and sound effects and stuff that I forgot. But one of the things that I like to do is I like to just go in and reduce the volume to 40. For everything. Because there's a lot of times where you'll have everything else on your computer you'll have all of your stuff at a normal volume that you usually like to listen to. And whenever you turn on an RPG Maker game, it'll just blare and blast your eardrums. And it's like, whoa, why is this so loud? Well, if you come in here and change everything to 40, that's what I like to do. It's a little bit, not just RPG. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I like to be able to adjust the volume of the things that I like to hear. You know? I want to be able to adjust it just fine. And I've found that 40% of the volume is usually a good area that kind of puts it on par with everything else that you're listening to. Now, as I said before, there might be a couple of things that I just forgot to do that to. But definitely before I ever release anything for other people to play, I will go and check every single bit of the music and make sure it's at 40%. And which is what I wanted to do here, you know? Airship. Since I'm about to test this, you know? And see how this water looks in motion. Put the intro right there. Wait, where did I put that? Alright. Starting position. Map lower world. Right next to it. Alright. This is my first time ever using... Wait, did I just put ship or airship? Oh god, I gotta get rid of that. I totally just put ship. I can't move anywhere. Why didn't you tell me that that was the ship? How do I go none? I want to back on none. I don't want this. Wait, I know how to get rid of it. Oops. Hold on. I'm being dumb again. Boom! Right there. Airship. Right next to me. Save the game. Ding, ding, ding. I kind of still like it. But it is definitely not what I was expecting, you know? Look, oh my gosh. There's a little graveyard here. Wonder what that could be about. There's a little town there. Oh my god. Wee. Wee. And alright, I'm gonna have to make that to where you can't go through that though. Also, I tend to... Yeah! It loops. Look at that. It loops. Let's get rid of made with MV. Get rid of that splash screen. Also get rid of that. I don't use that stuff. Tile sets in the underworld. I don't want that to be passable at all, but I guess I can't stop it whenever you're in an airship. I'll figure something out. I might have to event something, but I'll figure something out. I also need to go ahead and... Well, I'll do that later too. Let's get some of this water. Kind of like it's rolling, you know? At least that's what I'm going for. You know, this brown surrounded by this orange does make it look green. Actually, it kind of adds a little more contrast to the... Oops. I don't need that many crags. Welcome back. Boop. Because they still have lighthouses. What kind of freaks wouldn't have lighthouses? Am I right? That is a perfect cape for a lighthouse right there. All covered in rocks. You know? And they still got docks, though, you know? They still got docks. Might have to change this, too. Nah, not right now, anyway. This area is a wide plainsy area. Like an underworld savanna. Where underworld tigers... Hey, look at that! Now it's a ghost going... See, that's his fingers. He's making finger guns. And guess what? Since this loops, this up here is gonna be connected to that forest up there. I don't know how well it will look, but probably won't look very good at all. Bing, 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 All right, you know what? World B. That's what I needed. Boom. I don't need this one anymore. I'm not editing anything in this one anymore. At the moment. Maybe I'll think of something later, but at the moment we're just gonna discard that. We're gonna do our little grid thing. And we're gonna select us some mountains. I never use the other one. I only use the single one. I never use this one. Because this one, I screw things up whenever I use the bunch. So I just do it manually. I always screw things up, though. Always. Never fails. So, well, while I'm here, I might as well do this too. We can change the lava. To the same blue as the other one. I mean, that looks pretty good. You know? Just this one. Dark blue. Dark blue mountains. They're calling to me a little bit, you know? Like a dark blue, like a, almost kind of an obsidian. Not necessarily black, but kind of shines blue, you know? So, you know what? I like it. I'm gonna test it out. I'm gonna see what it looks like. Let's see here. What else am I using? I am using this. I might as well. Do all that at once. Alright, they would have castles down here too. So, we need to change these colors a little bit. Make them match the surrounding area. Okay, hold on. Might have to do these one at a time. Because I saw some good stuff from all of them, but at least stuff that I liked from all of them. But nothing that was perfect, you know? Okay, straight from that one. Green. Green kind of trimmed in pink. Yeah. Hello. Welcome. How are you today? G-Ood. Looking G-Ood. Nah. Nah, it was a keyboard. Just hit it with your elbow, remember? Alright, there was one that I especially liked in here that wasn't... Alright. We now have some new towns that might match the area a little better. Got a new mountain. Nah, you're fine. Alright, I'm just gonna straight up close that one. World B2. Yeah, look at that. That looks weird. That looks bad right here. Why does that look so bad? What happened here? Oh, there's a hole there. That's why. Okay. We can fix that. There we go. See, I rather like this color for the lava a little bit more. Towns kind of match a little better. Now, for the real test. Okay, that looks... I like that mountain. I like that mountain. It's a pretty good looking mountain. Oops. Ba-ba-ba-doo, ba-ba-doo, ba-ba-ba-doo, ba-doo. Ra-da, ra-na-noo. Ra-na-noo, re-tee, ra-da-too. Okay, we're gonna put a pile in here. Oops. Finicky! So finicky! Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. And they're gonna be like, why does this mountain look like this? Two trials, kind of thing, maybe. Yeah, finger gun. Look at that. Yeah.
Would you like some hot chocolates or some hot teas?
Hot tea.
What flavor?
How many are there?
Which? Two of your flavors.
Two? That's so many flavors to choose from. I'll have... You know what? I'll have Hell Grey. Because I'm working on an underworld that's supposed to be kind of like Welcome to Demon School Irumuch.
Okay.
You can't look at it because you'd be on the camera and you wouldn't like that. But making it those red trees and purple ground.
I like purple.
I know, I like purple too. Purple good. I'm gonna get some Earl Grey. Whee! Oops. I know keyboard shortcuts. I don't know why I never use them. Do you like my my almost Berserk reference here? I didn't want to do it exact. That's a little too straight. Need to make these trees a little less, what's the word? Uniform. That's right. We don't want them to look like, we want them to look kind of random. You know, like this wasn't an RPG Maker game. Like this was a real world. No, I cut off his hand. He's still doing that though. He's still finger gunsing. Alright, we're gonna put us a little village right there. Because we gotta have... He's still finger gunning. See? He's just not connected anymore. He's wearing a... I was gonna say a bracelet of trees, but that doesn't really work since it goes all the way over here. No, we're gonna have... Meow, 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 meow. We could break this up with a little bit of water. we're gonna put a bridge there. Because it goes around. Loops. Alright, they are the Guardians. They do not let you go past without going through their city. Then you can get into there. Or you can just fly over them. Ha! But they have a reason for doing it, you know? Lore-wise, they want to keep people out of there. And that's fine. Nah. Boom. I always forget that that's gonna do that. Dotting little trees here and there. Putting a couple more of these. Alright. I like this. I like this down here. This could use a little more, in my opinion. This one right here, you need a little bit more. This one, it's fine. Not everywhere has to be a place. Where am I gonna put the boss? In here somewhere, probably. Final dungeon is in this one. It's on this thing. This isn't what I want it to look like yet, so just ignore this, the poisony goop. But yeah, this is where the final dungeon is, and you can go there at any time. Because in this game, you're gonna be able to fly right off the bat. But you know, you probably won't get very far. But we're working on the underworld right now. So let's go back there. I don't know what this is for. But hey, it's the underworld. I can put anything I want down here. They don't have to make sense. They're nuts. They're nuts down here. They're all like, you know? And I can always come up with a reason for things like this anyway, you know? In fact, I kind of think of it as... Yeah, exactly. I think of it as a challenge to myself. Oops. Ooh, that was definitely wrong. So yeah, at the moment I'm just trying to make it look pretty. Come up with reasons for things later. A couple of brainstormy things here and there, but for the most part. I need to change the color of that, but I like that little mansion. And as I said before, this is a little bit bare, in my opinion. This could use more. But what? The bone wood. Maybe it's not ash. Maybe it's the bone wood. Bone wood. That's sexy. Bone. think I'm making a little bit more progress. Quicker progress, I should say. Today. Wait. I might have actual roasted wieners with pitchforks. On pitchforks. Roasted wieners on pitchforks with pitchforks. With horns. And this is going to be... I know I use that hole to denote that you could go down to a lower level, but this one's going to be a mine. And this is no longer lava. The moment that I changed it, I was like, I could have different colored lava. But the moment that I changed it to blue, and then this to red, this became an ore vein. Yeah. So this is a vein of ore. Some kind of weird underworld ore. Some underwater, if you will. I'm thinking about moving this. I don't think this needs to be here. You know? We don't need to fill everywhere with things, you know? It'd be nice. But I got a graveyard over here. This area is full of stuff to do. You can go into the bone wood. You can flood this town with lava because they like their lava baths. You can go into this mine for dungeoneering and orage. Got a little castle town here. Well, I don't need that one to have it. All right. All right, we're... In my mind, we're done with the right side. I am really not that much of a fan of this deserty area, you know? Oops. Yeah, that's perfect. You know, I need to do something with this one. Because I want it to look... I want it to look like it was made, yeah, but... that one kind of sucks the way it is. You know, I was pretty sure that I set up more songs than this. It's probably still better than listening to Happy Haunts on repeat for 5 hours, though. For you guys, not for me. For me, I'm fine with it. I love Happy Haunts. It's possibly one of my favorite songs ever made. Hmm. Hmm. I haven't used it at all, so I can try it out. Alright, and I also had a couple areas that were desert before. Maybe I could bring that back, but with a different color sand. Green sand? Possibly. Maybe. Perhapsably. All I did was add to it, so... and then we refresh. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. No, 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 no. You know, I'm not sure about this either, right here. You know? Mmm. It's a different area, so I kind of like the thought of the blue. No. This is where the observatory is. Where they gaze at the ceiling. You got nuclear arms. You can't hug your child with nuclear arms. What even is that? Hold on. Oh, it's a warehouse. Okay. That was actually a... It's probably a misquote, but it's actually a quote from a Family Guy episode. Like a really early one. Where Death has the hots for this, like, animal rescue girl. And so he goes out on a date with her and finds out that she's just incredibly boring. And she says, "You can't hug your children with nuclear arms." And then he just touches her hand and kills her. Check, please. Put some gargles. Just because it's the underworld doesn't mean that they're evil, though. Keep that in mind, everyone. Not in my game. They're just misunderstood. And a little weird.
Thank you.
Hell gray tea. I'm not liking these mountains over here as much. We might need another kind of mountain. No. Might make one of these a different thing. that I used down here? That's the one that I used down here. Oops! Kidding me? You gotta be kidding me! Alright, so we're gonna put this one here. Do we need different trees? Nah. I really like these red trees. Ah, lame.
There's some french fries I'm gonna eat it. Want some?
If you don't mind sharing, I'll take some french fries. Always coming and asking me if I want things. And I'm like, yeah. No matter how I try to use that. I mean, I know it doesn't match the color, but no matter how I try to use that, I just cannot stand how that thing looks. Like the tiny hills, they just look cheap. It's like, do you want this thing that looks well made, or do you want this cheap thing added to your map? And I'm like, I would prefer it to not look cheap. This is the knockoff Gucci of map tiles. Is these hills right here. They do nothing but disappoint. I don't think there's gonna be mountains on this island right here. I don't think there is. What am I doing? They made this themselves. Why wouldn't I be able to make it like an actual moat, you know? I haven't used them yet. Not here, anyway. I used a couple of them up top. But this is the second area. This is the lower, the underworld. But welcome to Yasamu. How are you today? How are you? It's not particularly the Underdark. That's for my D&D campaign, which is on Mondays. For those of you who weren't there, let me tell you something amazing. One of the PCs, one of the player characters, was killed last Monday. I'm the DM, so you'd probably expect that I did it. But nay, 'twas not me. 'Twas friendly fire from another character. No, it was, yeah, it was great. We kind of sat there on that turn for like 10 minutes trying to figure out if there was any way that we could keep him from just dying outright, because it did over double his health. His maximum health and damage. So he just went and the player wasn't there that day. Well, it was actually Scorching Ray. 'Cause in the area that they were in, they're fighting against drug dealers, and the drug that the drug dealers are selling is combustible. So there was a situation where they're all snorting it, they're all getting high, and one of the players plays a rhino. So as he's all hopped up on black ice, which is the drug, he tackles one of the enemies into the center of 9 crates of black ice. One crate, when blown up, does 4d6 damage. So 9 crates does 36 d6 damage. And I accidentally did my math badly because I was bad at math that day, and I only rolled 32 d6, which came out to 101 hit points. The rhino, who is carrying 4 people on his back, 3 people on his back, the Pixie Ranger, the Leonin Fighter, and the Pixie Ranger's I Know a Guy, which is an NPC that they get to come up with as like, hey, I know a guy who can help us out with this situation. They all fail their saving throws. All of them failed. But only the Leonin fighter had 48 hit points. Which is 101 is definitely more than double 48. So he just dies outright. Everyone else is brought to 0 because they didn't just die outright. And the Rhino, with a maximum of 102 hit points, just fully healed by taking the black ice for the first time in the day, walks out of that explosion with 1 HP. With everyone on his back. It was amazing. I'm sad that the Leonin character, I'm sad that he died. But that Rhino was amazing. Yeah, and the light cleric is actually who set the healer because and I'm not just calling him that because he is a cleric. He set out because he wanted to specifically be the healer of the group. So the healer casts that scorching ray and sets off all of those crates of black ice. And he was far enough away from the explosion. The others were about 15 feet away from the center of the explosion. 15 feet away from the furthest crate. But because it was such a giant explosion, they still got caught up in it. And so I flavored how Dominicus, the Leonin fighter, shielded his comrades with his body so that they would not suffer a fate like he did. And then I had to have a little bit of an I told you so moment, even though it wasn't my fault. Even though I only put the crates there. I didn't kill him. I had to have a little bit of a and I told you so moment, even though he wasn't there, because he took 1 level in sorcerer because he was starting his sorcerer training, and he was unlocking his magic and stuff. And whenever he took that 1 level of sorcerer, he was asking me for my opinion on good spells because his very first character was a druid, but he was also never there for that one either. He doesn't have his own computer, so he has to let somebody else play for him while he's watching on his phone. And so I kind of understand why he would get frustrated and not show up. But he was asking for my opinion on good spells, and I was like, absorb elements, you can never lose with absorb elements. And while we were trying to figure out a way to keep him from just straight out dying, we were like, oh, he has absorb elements, doesn't he? He asked me about it. Did he choose it? And then we looked in his spell list, And he had burning hands and comprehend languages. Comprehend languages actually helped them earlier before. But if only he had that absorb elements, then then his character would still be alive. Burning Hands is sick, but it doesn't stop the explosion. Doesn't reduce the fire damage that he's taking by half. All right. I wasn't able to work on this while telling that story. Do I want another fort somewhere around here? They should have a prison. They should have a prison. It is, but they also don't have protection versus evil and good. I think that's a prison. Damn, dum, damn, dum, damn, dum. But yeah. And little shilling here. If anybody is interested in watching our D&D campaign where I am the DM, you can find it on my YouTube channel, or you can watch it live on Mondays. Yeah, it's good fun, even if I kind of have to push everybody along a little bit. Or whatever inebriating beverage you desire. Popcorn, though. I'm not a popcorn guy. I don't care if anybody else eats it, but you know, I don't like popcorn. It's not for me. It's not for me. What else should I do on this? I should put a tiny village over here. I need more lighthouses. That's what I need. Just more lighthouses. I know how to fix this. More lighthouses. 2 tiles village in is 2 to 3 months of map creation for you? Wow. That's a lot. I'm gonna leave the big old blank spot right there. There's nothing there. No, nothing there. Why so long, though? Oh, yeah, because you do everything in Photoshop, right? Oh, also that. You know, you can lock some of the doors. Yeah, exactly. Have a good night, Brewhawk. Thank you for joining me. I don't think it's necessarily lazy if you have like a big world, you know? If you have a big world, some of the doors could be locked. Oh my god, only 28 maps in this village? 2 to 3 months of map creation? One locked door and you're lazy. I mean, do whatever you want. I'm just telling you. I'm just trying to make you not beat yourself up if you do decide to add a couple locked doors. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, you can do whatever you like, Yeah, you can do whatever you like, Late night sex, sweat so tight. That's a really nasty song. I just realized what the words were, like, a couple of days ago. Because I only ever just repeated, you can do whatever you like, I'm gonna have locked doors. I'm gonna purposefully annoy my players. I'm gonna do it on purpose. You also just kind of have to think, why would everybody leave their door unlocked? I don't know about you, but my doors are locked. No heroes are coming into my house to smash my pots. have a little tip village. A little tip village right here, just the tip. I'm gonna call it Boober Village. Because it's at the tip. Excuse me. Boober! I find myself liking to make little cozy indents in forests and stuff. For villages. I probably shouldn't have made the underworld the exact same size as the upper world. I probably should have scaled it down a little bit. The upper world is definitely going to be smaller. The top layer will be smaller than the middle and the lower level. It'll be fine. I'm also, I'm a proponent of being able to use things over and over again. I know that also might seem a little lazy, but I get that small devs need to be able to do that. Excited for when we start making the enemies for the underworld? Well, it's probably not gonna happen tonight, Ronnie, but... So, I apologize if you're expecting that tonight. Since I'm trying not to jump all around, all ADHD-like, and then not get anything done, you know? I'm trying my absolute best to just remain doing this part until it's done. Because I am... Whenever I'm alone, that's kind of what I do, is I just... And that's one of the reasons I wanted to do these work streams on Fridays, because it's the end of my actual work week, right? I'm tuckered out, but if I've got you guys around, it helps me to focus on one thing at a time. Because whenever I'm alone, I'm like, oh, I just thought of something. Gotta go make a skill real quick. Alright, got that one done. And we'll come down here. Oh, I need to put a little thing right here. You suck. Yeah. Oh, nice. Alright, now that's done. Alright. Then we can come back over here. We can get a couple more of these. Just a little bit of this. Oh, dude. You know what, that thing? I had an item idea. Let me make that real quick. And that's how I usually do this stuff. Or if I'm feeling especially good, I can finish a map, not an overworld map, because this is, again, these are my first overworld maps ever. Because usually I have them, like, connected to each other, and you actually have to, like, traverse the land. Kind of like Final Fantasy X did. So this is the first time I've ever put in an overworld map, and the only reason I'm doing it is because you can fly over it. Because I'm gonna be honest, I kind of hate overworld maps. I like it better whenever everything is interconnected. And it actually feels like a journey. But... Oh, man. I feel bad for you, son. I'm sorry to hear that. Here it is, been like 2 weeks, and I'm almost done with my second for the same world. But I'll sometimes... Maybe you do this too. Maybe this is why. I'll finish like a town map or something, and then I'll begin doing every event in there at the same time. And then I won't move on until every NPC is done. and then I'll go to the next one, like the next room, right? And then I'll put any events that need to be in that room. And then I'll go to the next one, and I'm basically writing the story through events and dialogue and stuff as I'm making it, instead of doing one thing at a time. That's exactly what you do? Man, I don't know why. It makes more sense to me that way. When a city has 8 side quests in it. Oh, jeez. Like, I think I've only got like 2 side quests in Happily Ever After at the moment. The first chapter has 2 side quests. One is like a basic kind of arena tournament thing that gives you optional. Of course it's optional, it's a side quest. Gives you a training weight that increases your experience whenever you've got it equipped as an accessory. And then there's a second tournament after you beat the first one that gives you an upgrade to one of your character's skills. Like a permanent upgrade. Just replaces it. And doesn't cost any more MP or anything. It's just better. But you have to beat that. And the second one is one that I'm not actually done with, which is a murder mystery kind of thing, where you're like actually like having to talk to the NPCs around town to figure out what they know about the girl that was murdered. So they're like, my side quests are like full mini stories. I don't know if yours are too, but if you have 8 mini story side quests, then God help you. King's Bounty? I've never heard of King's Bounty. But I also have this, I have this plan for that game where you can only get the true ending if you do enough of the side quests. So they're like long side quests that can have their own dungeons and stuff. And they're optional. And they're like, they could be like, if you actually compared them, they could be compared to full chapters of the game. And there's a put out a stable fire side quest, rebuild a log camp side quest for a homeless citizen of town. Yeah, I went a little insane. I was actually going to put a dancing minigame in the murder mystery quest, where you actually had to like press buttons to dance in order to get backstage, because the girl that was murdered was a dancer, and I kind of gave up on that. I was like, nah, I don't need to do that. It's fine. I don't need to do that. I don't need to make this more difficult on myself. I did also make a fishing minigame. which it's basically just the Pokemon type fishing where you press the button whenever you see the exclamation point and then you get a random fish. And you could just constantly do that. But depending on where you fish, you get different stuff. And not necessarily side quest like, but I was planning on having a couple of random NPCs throughout the entire world that are just like, oh man, I really wish that I could taste this fish, but it only lives in this river. And then if you fished, then you can get a little bit of a money reward for it. So not necessarily a side quest, just like one of those things that if you come across them, you can get something from them for trading a fish. And you can sell the fish, and you get fishing points. But I have an idea for an aquarium. So, I guess it's a side quest technically, but like if you fish throughout the whole game and get every fish, and you give it to the aquarium, you get a Little Mermaid summon as a reward for finishing the aquarium. Don't know what it'll do yet. I am not concentrating. See, whenever I'm doing these, my chat is to my left. On a laptop, and like I like to look at people whenever I'm speaking to them, you know? I think this is our... Let's go to this moon. Happy Moon. Happy Moon Isle. Yeah. Yeah. As usual, we're gonna give it some hair. Gonna give it a nice afro. Gonna give it a nice little gnome hat. Now he's got an eye.
I forgot about the French fries.
Ooh. Well, those look crunchy. It's okay. She forgot about the French fries she offered me. Hold on, excuse me. Boop. Gotta hide myself if I'm going to be eating. You can't see the maw as my mouth unhinges. My jaw unhinges. Ow! Those are the crispiest. Those are the absolute crispiest, crunchiest fries I've ever had. It's all thanks to her forgetting that they were in the oven. Oh, he's got a uvula. I never noticed that. I didn't technically notice it. Okay, we'll give him a little bit of stubble. Yeah, look at that. He's got a goatee now! Wait, did I put a dock somewhere? Okay, I put a lighthouse next to it. I'm kind of nuts about these lighthouses for some reason. I really like the lighthouses. It's kind of dumb. You know what? I'm gonna make it look a little more moon-like. Man, these fries are not hitting the spot. They are not. They're not getting rid of that craving. Oh wait, now he's got nose hair. Wait. I have to try it. Nah. I'll leave it. He's a blue moon. Oops! Always. Always doing that. Give his nose some blackheads. I'm actually feeling kind of mean for saying that. Okay, I'm not gonna give him the blackheads now because I... However, I will put a castle on his nose. No. I will put... I'm gonna put a castle... I'm gonna put this one. I can't tell if I'm still enjoying these. Hey, you can land here. I might make a little secret there. Maybe not. Probably not. Let's give you a little bit more beard on that chin. You know what? I just thought of something. I mean, I've thought about it multiple times, but I've just thought about it again. Why are there no tiles that are straight up and down? Why has everything got to be, like, sideways? Everything's got to be horizontal. Everything's got to be facing you. And why I'm asking that is, why is all the default stuff like that, is what I mean. Not just why is it all like that. Because there's tons of, like, custom stuff. But why... Why make all of the thing? Take 2 solo tiles, put 1 south, 1 other north. Well, I know I can do that, but it still doesn't really look very good. I can do that, but... I mean, it doesn't look as good as these, you know? Unless you're just supposed to use the same one. But it's like, I'll be making like an inside thing, and I want to make a desk up against like the back wall or something. And I'm like, alright, oh, yeah. There's no chairs that are facing the other way. All of the chairs are facing towards the camera. Unless you're in sci-fi. Yeah. I'm just a complainer. That's all. That's all there is to it. I just complain. These fries are so dry and crunchy. This place is so empty right now. I think my brain has stopped. I'm gonna put a tower there. Because I think it's funny. Yeah, now he's got some eye shine. He's like, cover your butt. Wee, 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 wee. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, we'll make one of these. All right. Let us see. These fries are terrible. Yes.
You need your tea heated up.
No, it's gone. Thank you, though. I'll have a destroyed village here. It's a completely different look from everything else, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, mustache. Right. Oh my god. Why am I still eating these? I think I'm just trying to finish eating these fries to say that I did it. I'm sorry. I gotta finish these fries. I have no clue if you guys can hear this crunching, but it is so loud to me. Oh god, I finished it. I'm like pulling away from the mic and everything while I'm chewing. Those are some hard fries. But I finished them. And now... Alright. I hope you don't mind these being shown on stream here. No. Wow, that's a nice map. Is that a barn? That an animal barn right there? Are you gonna show it? You gonna show it for me? Hmm? That's a nice barn. Stable. Stable, I mean. And I'm guessing that this is water. Whenever you actually get it, you know, in and stuff. This looks really nice. Oh, you gotta be a show off with this thing, huh? My stuff will get there one day. But I have a guy for that. You can go in the stable? Yeah, let's check out that stable real quick. Nice. Horses, huh? No cows? I guess horses are sexy enough, but... I'm kind of the udders, you know? I'm kind of a cow guy. Alright. After the ordeal of eating those fries, I'm gonna actually take a small break. I'm gonna walk around, stretch my legs, because, as you know, it's not actually good for you to just stand here, use the restroom and all that stuff, say hi to everybody in my house. And I'll be right back in a couple minutes. Alright? All right. Back to what we were doing on our regular scheduled program. All right, and you know what? Let's get in there a little bit. Let's just fly around for a second. Okay, whenever we're zoomed in, it feels a little less, what you call it, bare. I'm still gonna increase the resolution size a little bit. That don't look too good. Okay. Well, I know where the seam is. Okay. And that's why I did that. Wait. Wrong one. Alright. Let's see if that fixes my problem. Nope. A little bit over there. Okay. Right. Would I get to it faster if I went this way? Yes, I would. Or not. That doesn't work out very well. Neither does that. Okay. we go. If it doesn't work out, then I'll just separate them completely. Oh, thank you very much. Ooh. Being compared to Final Fantasy IV, thank you. That's one of the greats. Man, this just does not want to work out right here. Right there. I need like 2 more over right here. And 1. Two more over right there. I'm gonna make this thing. I'm gonna make this thing connect properly. I'm gonna have it loop. Gosh darn it. Because I'm crazy like that. I should have counted it if I was gonna have it loop though. Wait a second, what? Hold on. I think I saw something weird. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, just a little bit more, and 1 more here. Watch it still not work out properly. Like every time I try it. Hee hee. I wanted to use the mouse. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, oh, wait. I didn't see it, so. Yeah, it just keeps. Alright, this side's okay. This side is now not. So if I get rid of. If I go to the bottom, which I'm already there, and I get rid of those 2, then it should fix it perfectly. Why am I doing it this way? Yeah. Look at that. It loops perfectly. Woohoo! Can't land on. Woo! All right. Well, I've got 2 world maps done today. I mean, I had the first world map partially done already. This is looking rather bare again, now that I'm here, but that's okay. All right. I have an idea. Time to use one of my most used plugins. Frog? I don't remember that. Orange map shot. It's very useful. But I have an idea. This might not actually work, but because of how big this is, this might not actually work. But wait, I forgot to actually add the plugin. All right. Now, Orange Map Shot does exactly what you think it does. You put your character on the map, in case you guys don't know what it does. But you put your character on the map, press print screen, it creates a map shot folder, and you have a PNG of the correct size in that folder of whatever map you're on. 9600 by 7200. Wow. All right. Now, I don't know how well this is going to work, but I'm going to try it out. Where I am going to cut this, go into image, and I'm going to go to parallaxes. Paste. Now, in the upper world, because you're going to be over everything, I'm going to use the world map middle as a parallax. Because you're floating over it, right? That is way too tiny. Oh, I'm actually skipping a step here that I'm very stupid for forgetting. I'm going to reduce the size of the world map. Stop it. I'm going to reduce the size of the world map. GIMP. And then I'm going to put it as a parallax. That way it looks smaller because you're above it. You know, and you're looking down on it. I'm probably just going to half the size. So that's my world map, huh? Whenever you're looking at it all at once like this, it's kind of lame. And of course, whenever I get done like changing this, I'll go through this all over again. I'm just trying to see if it works. Scale image. Well, I'll just... No. 4,800. I just want to see what it looks like, you know? Overwrite that. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Actually, probably work better if I started here. And then, hold on. Go up. Conditional branch. If, hold on. Airship is driven. If airship is driven, transfer anywhere. Doesn't matter. And I'm gonna give that to... Oh man, I hate the default. Just give me more, you know? Alright. Go up. And we're just... This is just for a test. So, bleh. Go to upper map. You can use this in the menu screen. No. Yes. Alright. Other common event, go up. Alright. Now we're gonna see what this map looks like. Oh, I forgot to give it to... Treasure! Alright, there you go. Alright. Nothing happens. But... Okay, everything is very... Everything is small. Smaller than the actual thing. But I'm unable to go anywhere. Alright, let's try it now that I've put that. Okay, for some reason I still can't fly. Alright, whatever. No, not that one. That one. Passable under the tile. Huh. Okay, well, hold on a second. tile sets. I need a world. World A1. Open with GIMP, please. Alright, and we are going to just delete those. We're just gonna delete them. And we are going to export as -3. All right. Make another tile set. Copy, paste. A1-3. All right. And again, this is just for a test, so doesn't really matter all that much. Just to see what it looks like whenever I'm flying around. Almost forgot that. I'll probably make that into a skill or something. Wow, no. Still unable. Loop both. Oh no, I don't want that to screw. Alright. Am I just an idiot? Am I not thinking of something very, very... Oops. Oops. I think I'm probably not thinking of something very, very... What's the word? Simple. Oh, thank you. I still can't move. Weird. I guess maybe if I just do something like that. Make a little bit of that. A little bit of that. Maybe I have to be over something. You know? Maybe I have to be over some land. Ah, okay. I'm stupid. I was moving. I was moving the entire time. Oh, that was dumb. I'm very dumb sometimes. Alright. Sorry. Sometimes, sometimes it's like simple little things just break my brain. Scale image. Alright. $50.50 is alright, let's just half it again. We're really high up, so. We'll go for 2,400. Okay. This can't still be the same size. Unless I'm dumb again. Which is very... Wow. It barely changed. Wrong one. That's okay. Go in with GIMP. And we're gonna cut it in half again. I don't know why I don't just do some simple math and figure out what I need. Why would I do that, right? Wait, brain. Let's go for the 1280. $1289.60. It's not perfect, but that's fine. Oops. Just override it. Now, I don't know if this is actually does anything whenever you do this, but I like to do it, you know? No, not yet. Well, actually... Hold on. Let's try it out without it looping. Boom. All Alright. Yeah, no. Dun, 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 dun. I might have to make it a picture instead to bind it. Eh. Eh. Alright. I think by next week I'll probably have this area done too. And, oops, did not mean to do that. I'll have this map done by next Friday. And, yeah, the entire thing might actually look completely different. And we'll be able to do something else on this. Yeah. Yep. But I'm actually going to end a little bit early. I'm going to end this stream a little bit early. Just because I think this is a good stopping point. We've made some good progress. I'm probably going to work some more on it tomorrow on my own time. But yeah, let's look at our progress. Incredibly zoomed out, but this is what we did some of this today. I left this guy blank because I don't know, I kind of liked it. It's a good contrast to everywhere else. Still need to do something with this middle piece. I don't really have anything that I really like. And I could change the color of something, but meh, you know. Got a lot of places that you can go to, and if you go in here, you can go to this place, which we recolored things on ourselves today and populated it with a couple of things, and I like it. I like it. And as I said before, this one will have something to... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right. I should have reloaded the map. Hold on, let's see if it looks like that now. Nope. Okay, it still looks the same. It just looks that way in this. But alright. I'll figure it out. So I thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. And good luck in your RPG Maker creating endeavors.